responsible for our successful life. If you are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, have a stable family, have best mental health, Hinduism is responsible. Hindu identity is responsible. Hindu scriptures are responsible. Let every living Hindu understand that it is our Hindu identity, our Hindu scriptures, Hinduism, which is responsible for all the best things we have in our life today. It is the Hindu scriptures which gave us the best mental setup. All the best things we Hindus have, the Hindu scriptures are responsible. Hindus are the richest and most successful ethnic community in the world. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this. Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And how can we reclaim our Hindu identity? Not just anti-Hindu elements being active, it is responsible Hindus being inactive is responsible for this whole destruction of Hinduism. Let us now take responsibility for Hinduism and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity. So, what is the responsibility of Hindus for this revival? According to the WHO, globally more than 264 million people of all ages suffer from depression. According to the World Drug Report from 2019, 35 million people worldwide suffer from drug use disorders. According to the WHO, close to 800,000 people die due to suicide every year, which is one person every 40 seconds. Worldwide, more than 70 billion land animals are killed for food every year. And it is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. Revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity. It is the survival need to save planet Earth from this destruction, these kind of deaths and calamities happening day after day and every year. So this is an invitation to all the Hindus, born Hindus, practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic towards Hinduism, curious towards Hinduism, wanting to explore, enjoying Hinduism. It's an invitation to come be a part of the revival. And it is a clarion call from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to come be a part of the revival. So if you want to be part of this revival, if you want to be part of the revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, you can also sign up at kailasa.org. You can become an e-citizen of Kailasa and be part of this revival of Hinduism for saving humanity and for taking planet Earth, for giving a super conscious breakthrough to humanity and moving the whole planet Earth to an enlightened civilization. So let us now watch a video by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, why Sri Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, is needed for humanity.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agama, great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music, in every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogas of Hinduism, I've collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I've decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind and few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all the scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing this whole sciences to the world and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than one cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world. Understand? I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university. That's all. Kailasa is all about university to decode the ancient science and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution. contribution.
Yes. So with that, now we will move to the next segment of this program, where we'll understand more about the traditional offerings that we offer to the deities, to the divine, when we receive the darshan of the divine. So let us now move to the next segment, where we'll be learning more about these traditional offerings to the divine. And if you would like to be part of this revival of the Kailasa Hindu nation, if this call to action, if this call to the responsibility to revive the Hindu nation resonates with you, then become a part of this revival by registering yourself as an e-citizen of Kailasa. You can register on kailasa.org and join in and be part of this effort to revive the Hindu nation, the Kailasa Hindu nation. So with that, let us now move to the next segment of this program, where we'll be learning more about the traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti. And in the Hindu tradition, the offerings to the divine are a pure gift of love, devotion, and oneness for the divine. And these offerings are not made out of fear and greed, but are a pure expression of the sacred sentiments of the devotee for the divine. And when the divine accepts what one offers, the offerings become complete. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela, played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. And today, in the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can make your traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti. Express your love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti through these various sacred offerings. And as we get ready to receive Devi Parashakti, let us meditate on this verse, this Dhyana Shloka, which describes the beauty and glory of Devi Parashakti. This verse is from the Moola Agama Manonmani Dhyana. And it says, Indu nibhaveda karava ninayanam syat pankajavara japaksha sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitra vasanam syat tungamakutojvala manonmani swarupam. And the translation of this verse, it says, moon-like face holding the Veda books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse from the Moola Agama, Manonmani Dhyana. This verse describes ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां दधानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. And the translation of this verse, it says, I meditate on Devi with three eyes, glowing like a moon and holding the Veda lotus and gracing with blessing in gracing hands. She's wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And in the Hindu tradition, the various offerings to the divine are made in the sacred element of gold. The rituals are to the divine are offered in the sacred element of gold. So let us look at this verse from the Atharva Veda, which describes one of the many significance of this divine element of gold. And this verse says, त्रेधा जतं जन्मनेदं हिरण्यम् अग्निरेकं प्रियतमां बभूव सोमस्यैक्यम् इंसितस्य परपतत आपमेकं वेद संरेत ahutatte hiranyam tridastvai vishe. And the translation of this verse, it says, triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one, it becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. The gold is a divine element in the Hindu tradition. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and spiritual power, of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the Hindu scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, Puranas. In all the scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. The horses and cows were dressed in gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So now let us take a look at the various traditional offerings that you can offer to Devi Parashakti today as you get ready to receive her darshan and blessings. The various offerings through which you can express your gratitude, love, and devotion to Devi Parashakti. So the first traditional offering is the e-hundi offerings, and you can make this offering in multiple currencies and any amount of your choice. This is similar to the hundi offerings in any temple in the Hindu tradition, where the devotee can offer any currency, any amount that you wish to offer to the divine as your expression of gratitude to the divine. And this verse from the Lalita Sahasranama describes Devi's love for true devotion, and it says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadharadhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. And the translation of this verse, it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship then becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharada Radhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada herself, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is described as Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness on her devotees. And you can offer your Kanika, your token of gratitude, love, and devotion to Devi Parashakti through the e-hundi offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can make this offering in multiple currencies and any amount of your choice. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, which is the offering of the conscious resolution, the conscious prayer to Devi Parashakti. And this verse from Devi Mahatmya, chapter 12, verse 34 describes तायैतान्मोह्यते विश्वं शैव विश्वां प्रसूयते साया चित्तज विजानं तुष्टरुधिं प्रयश्चति. And the translation of this verse, it says the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. And you can make this offering of the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and be blessed with the fruition of all the desires and wishes that you are yearning for. You can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu. And this is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. And when you make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti, this is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And each coin describes the Ananta Kalyana Gunas. Each name describes the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the very divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself. And when you make this offering, you're also blessed to imbibe these very same divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. So you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can make this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And Devi is described as the one who is decked with garlands of pearls and jewels. Let us now look at this verse that describes the beauty and grace of Devi Parashakti, decked in garlands of pearls and gems. This verse says, Muktaharalasatkiritaruchiram purnendu-vaktraprabham Shinjannu-purakinkini-manidharam Padma-prabha-pasuram Sarvabhita-palapradam Girisutam Vani-rama-sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. And the translation of this verse, it says, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones, and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And you can offer the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings to be showered by her pure love and compassion in all your business endeavors. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the gold lotus flower. And the lotus flower is a divine element in the worship of the ultimate in the Hindu tradition. And many scriptures describe the significance of the lotus flower. Let us look at this verse from Kamika Agama, which describes one of the many significance of the lotus. This verse says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta kumbha varana samyutam sarve sasutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushitaha sapidanassa kuruchascha pakva bilva palaprabha snapanadhyaya samsiddha pramanena samanvitaha. The translation of this verse, it says, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate in the Hindu tradition, involving the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship, involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who is about to bloom. And you can offer the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes that we wish to offer, and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in life. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Metti, which is the gold touring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And these verses from the Saundarya Lahari describe the beauty of the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And it says, Nakhadiditi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamoguna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. The translation of this verse, it says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. And you can offer the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring to Devi Parashakti, to adorn her sacred lotus feet and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of life. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Mangtika, which is the gold hairline jewelry. And Devi is described as Sudha Sharabhivarshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Swarnamangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can make the offering of the Swarnamangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. This is one of the most sacred ritualistic offerings of gratitude from disciple to guru. This is one of the most yearned for offerings for each disciple to offer to guru. And as described in the Saundarya Lahari, you can make this offering to Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Nijavatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan today. You can register for this offering on the website. In the Saundarya Lahari, the verses describe the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, and it says, the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. And it further states that the toenails of Devi Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna, which is the darkness indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees, this ignorance is removed by the devotees prostrating before Devi, and they attain the supreme knowledge. And you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Devi Parashakti and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Devi Parashakti herself. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. And this is the traditional offering or seva to the divine, to be in constant gratitude for the protection of the divine in our lives at all times. So you can make this offering of the Vastra Seva to Devi Parashakti and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti herself. So here we have a summary of the various offerings to Devi Parashakti that you can offer during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan today. And you can make these offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So the first offering is the e-hundi offerings, which are a general donation that you can offer in any amount and in multiple currencies of your choice. And the next offering is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti. And you can offer this prayer, the Sankalpa, to Devi Parashakti during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan today. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, which is the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, which is the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And you can make this offering to Devi Parashakti in 3 different sizes. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the gold lotus flower, which you can offer to Devi in 3 different sizes. You can also offer the Swarna Metti, which is the gold touring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And you can also make the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, which is the gold hairline jewelry, which represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. And you can register for all of these traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. You can also register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is the sacred ritualistic offering of gratitude to Guru. And you can also register for the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. So again, you can register for all of these offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So here we can see the website where you can register for all of the traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan today. The website is www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can register for the various offerings by clicking on the links on step 2 of the web page, where you can click on the link for e-hundi and make your e-hundi offerings in multiple currencies and any amount of your choice. You can also register for the offerings of traditional ornaments and sevas by clicking on the link for offerings on step 2. And if you'd like to make an intention to make an offering to Devi Parashakti today and would like to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality, you can fill out the form on step 1. And if you've made your offerings to Devi Parashakti and would also like to submit a prayer, a sankalpa to Devi Parashakti along with the names of yourself and your family members to be chanted during the puja to Devi Parashakti, you can fill out the details in the sankalpa form on step 3. So let us now take a look at the website where you can offer the e-hundi offerings. The e-hundi offerings can be made in multiple currencies, including the US dollar, the Australian dollar, the New Zealand dollar, the Canadian dollar, the euro, the Indian rupee, the Singaporean dollar, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any amount of your choice. You can also make the offering of the traditional ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti on this website, where you can offer the Sankalpa chanting, which is the conscious resolution, the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasa, which is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. The Mukta Anguti is the offering of the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, which you can offer in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa is the offering of the gold lotus flower, which you can offer in 3 different sizes on the website. The Swarna Metti is the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mangtika is the offering of the gold hairline jewelry, which represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is the offering of the sacred ritualistic offering of gratitude to Guru. The Vastra Seva is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. So you can register for all of these traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. With that, now we come to the conclusion of this segment of the program where we learned about the various traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti and how we can express our gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti today during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And now we'll move to the next segment of this program where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available for the care and well-being of humanity through the various spiritual de facto embassies of Kailasa as guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So now, let us now learn more about these contributions of Kailasas and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the next segment, and will please stay tuned for further segments of this program and the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Devi Parashakti.
Thank you, Ma Amrita. Nithyanandam, everyone. So welcome back to the segment of the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learned from this segment today concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19 pandemic, and what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace and COVID-19, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spiritual solutions for COVID-19, and Kailasa's COVID Care Production Center, and why temple-based ecosystems and UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions. The crisis that we are under. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures, and countries are facing off each other in these mistrust. Now let us see some statistics and current news. The painful threshold, 5 million people dead due to COVID-19, and you can help get vaccines to countries in need, and third wave in Africa and several other locations. Global solidarity to end the pandemic, climate change conference, and 5 key messages. Mental and behavioral health at hybrid work, national emergency in children's mental health. The UN Global News, 5 million lives lost due to COVID-19. In a statement issued to mark the crossing of this painful threshold, the UN chief said, the devastating milestone reminds us that we are facing much of the world while wealthy countries are rolling out the third doses of COVID-19 vaccine. Only about 5% of the people in Africa and several other countries are fully vaccinated. Global solidarity, only together we can end it. As the world races to end the pandemic, no country can end it alone. The pandemic has affected all of us, all around the world, the pandemic is not over until it's over for all of us across the planet. So, hashtag only together messages aim to tell the world leaders and pandemic is only over when everyone, everywhere has to access COVID-19 vaccines. As the World Leaders Summit opened one day on day 2 of COP26, UN Chief Antonio Guterres sent a stark message to the international community that we are digging our own graves. He said, referring to the addiction of the fossil fuels, which threatens to push humanity and the planet to the brink and through unsustainable global heating. The 5 key messages to the world leaders. It's time to say enough. Enough of brutalizing biodiversity, killing ourselves with carbon, treating nature like a toilet, burning and drilling and mining our way deeper. Keeping the 1.5-degree goal alive, the UN chief called for greater ambition on mitigation and immediate concrete action to reduce global emissions by 45% by 2030. Ah. We face a stark choice. Either we stop it or it stops us. The 5 key messages to the world leaders. It's time we say enough. Enough of brutalizing biodiversity, killing ourselves with carbon, treating nature like a toilet, burning and drilling and mining our way deeper. Keeping the 1.5 degrees goal alive, the UN chief called for greater ambition on mitigation and immediate concrete to reduce the global emissions by 45% by 2030, an effort that should be led by developed countries. We must do more to protect vulnerable communities. Mr. Guterres highlighted that adoption measures work and that early warning systems, as well as climate smart agriculture and infrastructure, save lives and jobs. The COP must be a moment of solidarity. The UN chief reiterated his call for a 100 billion climate finance commitment in support of developing countries to become a reality. Next is built on progress. A number of countries have made credible commitments to net zero emissions by mid-century, may have pulled the plug on international financing of coal, and over 700 cities are leading the way to carbon neutrality. Mental and behavioral health at the hybrid work. Healthcare costs and COVID-19 vaccines and behavioral health challenges are top of the mind. Employers are preparing benefit plans for a new normal and hybrid workforce and are highly focused on addressing behavioral health issues. Employers' biggest well-being challenges are raising stress and burnt out and higher mental health related claims. Employers are prioritizing increased communication to boost engagement in existing behavioral health programs over the next 3 years. Most employers, about 93%, say behavioral health will be a priority for the organization over the next 3 years. 38% who are working from home today desire a more flexible, mixed on-site and work from home experience in the future. The pandemic takes a toll on emotional and social well-being. 29% say their mental and emotional health has deteriorated as a result of the pandemic. American Academy of Pediatrics. Pediatricians, child and adolescent psychiatrists, and children's hospitals declare national emergency in children's mental health. COVID-19 pandemic has taken a serious toll on children's mental health as young people continue to face physical isolation, ongoing uncertainty, fear, and grief. Even before the pandemic, mental health challenges facing children were of great concern. COVID-19 has only exacerbated them. The numbers paint an alarming picture. Between March and October 2020, the percentage of emergency department visits for children with mental health emergencies rose by 24% for children ages 5 to 11 and 31% for children ages 12 to 17. There was also a more than 50% increase in suspected suicide attempts emergency department visits among girls ages 12 to 17 in early 2021 as compared to the same period in 2019. Additionally, many young people have been impacted by loss of a loved one. Recent data show that more than 140,000 US children have experienced the death of a primary or secondary caregiver during the COVID-19 pandemic, with children of color disproportionately impacted. We were concerned about children's emotional and behavioral health even before the pandemic. The ongoing public health emergency has made a bad situation worse. We are caring for young people with soaring rates of depression, anxiety, trauma, and loneliness, and suicidality that will have a lasting impact on them, their families, and their communities, and all of their futures. We can't sit idly by their communities, and all of our futures. We can't sit idly by, and this is a national emergency, and it's a time to shift and deliberate action is now that the AACAP President Gabriele Eccleston. Amy Wimby Knight, President of CHA, added, we are facing a significant national mental health crisis in our children and teens, which requires urgent action. In the first 6 months of this year, children hospitals across the country reported a shocking 45% increase in the number of self-injury and suicide cases in 5 to 17-year-olds compared to the same period in 2019. Together with the AAP and the AACAP, we are sounding the alarm on this mental health emergency. Children and families across the country have experienced enormous adversity and disruption. The inequalities that result from structural racism have contributed to disproportionate impacts on children from communities of color. The group stated in the declaration. The organizations are urging policymakers to take several actions, such as increasing federal funding to ensure all families can access mental health services, improving access to telemedicine, supporting effective model of school-based mental health care, accelerating integration of mental health care in primary care pediatrics, strengthening efforts to reduce the risk of suicide in children and adolescents, and addressing workforce challenges and shortages so that the children can access mental health services no matter where they live. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life, as it had been experienced even back in February 2020, is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with the new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the supreme point of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible if we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with the nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now, let's watch a small clip on making peace with the nature. The World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal. Grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around the health emergency concerns. Affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitements to violence. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states require concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health system and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat. regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, government, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Now, let us see the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the global peace. Vedic civilization beautifully says that Yastu Sarvani Bhutani Atmani Ivana Pushyati Sarva Bhuteshu Chatmanam Tadona Vigagupshate. Isha Upanishad, verse 6. Global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village and whole country, and he is powerful enough, like incarnations, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. Global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss and individual peace. So, how do we achieve this individual bliss and peace? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given various techniques: the practicing completion, the practicing unclutching, and taking responsibility. So, let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on completion and unclutching and various other techniques.
My love and respects. Today I wanted to expand on the science of completion. How the science of completion can directly impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings, the completion starts happening. Even with a nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others, burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the samskara dahana kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Danidhar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the science of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful science. Does so much to human beings, not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, this inner space, so much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita. Strength of Advaita. Today the Inner Awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others. So with this, because today we have a long session with Inner Awakening,
Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Self-transformation is the secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened. in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means
listen carefully. The space of Shanti is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly.
alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully. Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lasts all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years. How many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility
And we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility.
The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions and combat the pandemic and other issues. Through the Paramashivoham program, bringing the super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity. By starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost billions of minutes so far. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7. Helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves and learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation. Initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in Kailas courtyard sessions. Providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear stomach from Ayurveda solutions, which ultimately bring clarity out to the spiritual truths and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, free food in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tiruvannamalai and Los Angeles and various other adhinams. Paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims. Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Devi Paramashakti Akashic readings, the cosmic revelations. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings blind spot and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it's time that the nature, Prakriti, resets itself and many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based, and the world as we know is gone, and now let us celebrate God. This isolation which is seemingly endless with an unknown future which is compelling humanity to make a 100% lifestyle change is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, collapsing, depression, to have a super consciousness breakthrough and to revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions, powerful cognitions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. It's time we all take responsibility to save humanity and to protect people from pandemic fatigue and destruction. Let's try to enrich people for every one of these great spiritual solutions. All these solutions are free and open for all. Now, let us take a few minutes and share with as many people as possible. Let us give them the experience of unclutching, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna, and save people from pandemic fatigue, epidemic fatigue, destruction, and delusion. Maya Matrix help people to have super consciousness breakthrough and sail through this pandemic. People from 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and started from 13th May 2020. At any given time, there are 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. Join this movement at http://kailasa.tv/minutes 4 minutes for peace. The life solutions are based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, and cognitions rooted in the highest truths. The lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace, which the total count of the Minutes for Peace logged comes out to be staggering 409 minutes for peace so far. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in the United States of America and Los Angeles since 2007 till date. And yes, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, conducting various health camps, medical, large-scale collective meditations, on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness and awareness of peace. And one of the greatest contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing is initiating thousands of people into Sanya. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient practice of embarking of pilgrimages, reviving the original context. And food system hold key to ending the world hunger by reviving by establishing the Red Om under the No Hunger Project through Annalayas, that is free donation centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served over 5 billion organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from the Vedas and Agamas. Recently, under the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the opening of Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers, free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for government, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. You can see some of the glimpses. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below with https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The link again, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So with this, we are going to move on to the next part of our program after a very short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
சுண்ணாம்பு போல சுருச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சூரிய நர்வமூசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சிச்சோ வெத்தல போல விரிச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சந்திர நர்வமூசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சிச்சோ ಅಲ್ಲಮರ ಆಂಡವನು ಬಂದಾರೆ ಇದೆ ಆನಂದದ ಅಳ್ಳಿ ಅಳ್ಳಿ ತಂದಾರೆ ಮಗಡಿயில் ಮದಿ ಒಳಿರು ಸೂರ್ಯನ ನಿದ್ದೆನು ಅಲ್ಲಮರ ಆಂಡವನು ಬಂದಾರೆ ಇದೆ ಆನಂದದ ಅಳ್ಳಿ ಅಳ್ಳಿ ತಂದಾರೆ
வானம் பூமி காப்பு சாமி நம்ம சாமி
முத்துரவரத்தினமே ಮುಂದವನ ದೀಪವನೇ ಮುದುನವರತಿನಮೆ ಮುಂದವನ ದೀಪವನೇ ಮುದುನವರತಿನಮೆ ಮುಂದವನ ದೀಪವನೇ ಮುಗಿವರು ಹೆಣ್ಣುಗಳ போக்கಬೇಕು ஆண்டவனே முகிவரு எண்ணங்கள போக்கಬೇಕು ஆண்டவனே பாடு பண்பாடு பிறந்த நாள் கொண்டாடு பாடு பண்பாடு பிறந்த நாள் கொண்டாடு Cinca, 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 dai bol paset.
சுண்ணாம்பு போல சுருச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சூரிய நர்வமோசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சுச்சோ வெத்தல போல
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் உலகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் வித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் சேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே பின்னவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய சேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே பின்னவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வார். முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வார். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆனந்தமாயனுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாயே நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். ஆனந்தமாயனுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாயே நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வெற்றி குதிரை ஏதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். வெற்றி குதிரை ஏறியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு அறுத்தே எம்மை காப்பான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன். ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம். நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம். நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன். ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்.
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்ய பர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, everyone sitting with us all over the world. With my love and respects. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty is the source declaration, the cause for unmanifest to manifest. Listen. The unmanifest Paramashiva, when it starts manifesting, the conscious sovereignty is the source theme mixed with bliss. Bliss is a lubrication. Conscious sovereignty is the source will through which the unmanifest becomes manifest. Listen intensely. Yesterday I was telling, even in an atom, cell, all this unit level existence, molecules, see, different field it is. In biology you call it a cell. The outer world science perceives molecules, cell, atom, all this from different external, rational, logical, analytical mind and perception. I'm talking from the revelations of the greater science called Hinduism. The cosmic science. In the cosmic science, the unit of existence, the unit of existence, in cosmic science we call it as tattva. The tattva, in the modern science you call it, in each field you have a different unit, the core unit. In some fields you call it as cell, in some fields you call it as atom, in some fields molecules. But I am talking about the cosmic science. In cosmic science, the unit of existence is tattva. The core tattva, unit of existence, the unmanifest is more than 99.99999%. The outer world science also, modern science also agrees, even in the atom, unmanifest, the vacuum is 99.999%. Only very small, that existence of neutrons and protons. Modern science explains from a different angle. You listen to the truth from the cosmic science. I want all of you to know the modern science, every department in any university, many universities have 30, 40. Some of the top universities have even 300 departments. But the whole department can make you genius only in that one department. I should say knowledgeable. If you study your whole life, spend your whole life in that department, you will become knowledgeable only in that department, that field. But the cosmic science I am revealing, if you understand, you will become genius, sarvanya. I tell you, being a sarvanya, genius, used to be the normal lifestyle of Hindus. It is so sad, even the Hindu gurus are not recognizing, acknowledging Hindu educational methodology and not running gurukuls as a mainstream education. It is so unfortunate. No country law accepts Hindu educational methodology as a mainstream education system. Anyhow, now it is my responsibility, Kailasa's responsibility, to make Hindu education system as a mainstream education system. See, if you understand the core unit principle of the cosmic science, you will become genius in any field you just put your attention. The unit of the existence, the tattva,
should be understood in its core. Listen. The unmanifest existence of you decides to manifest out of his conscious sovereignty. So, the conscious sovereignty cannot be lost, even if you think it is lost during your manifestation process. The manifestation process cannot take away the conscious sovereignty from you because conscious sovereignty is the source will. Source will. Why? Even the unmanifest manifests. Bliss is the lubrication. Conscious sovereignty is the source will from which the unmanifest becomes manifest. I tell you, oh Hindus, you inherit a rich tradition. Richness from genius. Being. See, our richness is not grabbed, stolen, swindling, or terrorism. That is why we neither believe in conversion nor believe in terrorism. We don't believe in grabbing countries, others' wealth through terrorism, population manipulation, conversion. We don't believe in any of this because we believe in the life centered on genius existence. Hindus are perfect in everything. Modern day Hindus just lost your appetite for being a genius. It's stupid. NRI cheap lifestyle. One home, 2 car, 2 kids, green card. That is why you guys are nicely squeezed. Your whole life is sucked and dumped like a dirt by 50 by the global tech giants. Working for global tech giants is the hell and curse. And the Hindus who don't want the genius lifestyle, who opt for mediocre, cheap way of existence. It's a curse you guys brought upon yourself. And you guys glorify your curse. Oh, I'm a senior manager of this tech giant company. Pooh. Every senior manager or director or CEO, NRI sitting not just in US and Canada or UK, anywhere in the world. Look back, your grandfather or great grandfather must be Sadavadani, Dasavadani, Ashtavadani, bloody inheritors of Avatani Sampradaya. Avatanis means genius. Sarvanyas. Avatani Sampradaya. You fools are having pride being a manager, senior manager, director of tech companies. It's a punishment. A born Hindu dying without becoming genius is a curse. Look back, dig your grandfather, great-grandfather's family history. They will be Avadanis, Sarvanyas. Appetite for being genius is the educational method of Hinduism. Understand? Education for all to make living is the preliminary education in Hindu tradition. Hindu tradition, till the age of 14, the Kulattul, the family knowledge for making living will be given. That is preliminary education, basic education. But Gurukul education is for refining the personality and making you genius. Making you genius is the education of the Hindus. Narendra Sindhi is putting a nice message. She says, and in Canada, these Indians say, oh, the medical system here is so good, as if we live to be sick. Instead of thinking how not to get sick. Now, almost for last 3 years after I left India, only once I had some diagnosis. One of my devotee doctor came and did some diagnosis on me. That's all. 3 years, neither I visited the hospital nor need. It is not that only I can be like this. It is lifestyle. My grandfather, it is true what I am saying. My grandfather died in 90s. Only the last day of his death, he went to hospital. 90, his whole life, he went to hospital only once. The day he died, that's all. And it's not that Tiruvannamalai has a great hospital for medical care. Lifestyle is such. One of the biggest problem is this NRIs became a trend setting, not current for Indians who are living in India. That is the worst crime. Worst thing happened to Hindus. So even in India, the same thing is spreading. Two kids, one house,
Even in India, the same disease, sickness. Mediocre mentality is lifestyle sickness. Appetite for being genius. See, even the family name you carry, Chaturvedi, means genius in 4 Vedas. That community only carries the word called Chaturvedis. Trivedis, Tivaris. Trivedi, Tivari. Title means genius in 3 Vedas. 3 fields of knowledge. Dvivedi, Dube, Dvivedi, all of them are genius in 2 branches. All these titles shows your grandfather, great-grandfather, they were all genius. Now the whole focus is 1 house, 2 car, 1 wife, 2 kids. Appetite for being genius, seeking the truth. And that brings real depth in life and fulfillment. Sorry for being strong, but unless I am being strong, who is going to tell you guys? Nobody else is going to be telling you the truth directly. They will say, oh, great. Wow, you are a manager. You are a director in such a tech giant company. Phew. The appetite for genius. Appetite for being a seeker. Appetite for finding the truth of existence. Appetite for digging the reality. Appetite for seeking truth, discovering it. Appetite for being genius. This appetite for being genius is replaced by westernized Hinduism, the neo-Hindutva. The neo-Hindutva is making the whole Hinduism as a school college running organization religion. Hey! And that also Christian school and Christian syllabus and Christian medical system, hospitals. Many Hindu gurus come and tell me, they even cry to me, Swamiji, I am from this sampradaya, even my school students don't get initiated in my sampradaya. Why will they? Because the school you are running is giving a Christian education and you are teaching the Christian history. You are not teaching the Hindu history to them, the real history to them. What you are teaching in your school, they are going to follow, then why will they respect you? Your school books, you don't open and see, it is directly abusing your ancestors, your sampradaya. And you are spending money, your whole life to run those schools and colleges. One of the worst things done to the modern day Hindus, all their mutts and religious organizations are forced to run Christian syllabus schools, Christian medical method hospitals. Even the Hindu mutts and organizations and gurus, unfortunately, have no freedom to run Hindu education or Hindu medicinal method hospitals. Hindu education schools or Hindu medicinal method hospitals, they can't run. Just see the number of madrasas, Christian education organizations, Christian schools, colleges and theology schools, and Hindu gurukuls number before independence. And see the number now. You will understand why I left India. Why I was kicked out of India. I should use that word. And unfortunately, the modern day Hindu gurus are not even thinking about it. They are not even thinking about it. Their whole thinking is all about getting the temples out of government. That's all. Even that, when they are going to achieve, is different. But even their thinking is not going beyond that. Even in their thinking, they are not going beyond that. And I am telling you, most of the Hindus, almost I can say 99% of the Hindus do not know we had an amazing hospital system, outpatient, inpatient, and lifestyle-based cure healing methods. This modern ideological racketeering has destroyed our indigenous knowledge system, medical system, lifestyle system, even the business methodology system. I think it is my responsibility at least to create one model community, one model piece. I have to create and show that it is possible for the Hindus to get confidence and courage. In India, the anti-Hindu gang, they realized I am setting up a model community with reviving the Hindu education system and Hindu medicinal system, Hindu lifestyle, everything. Then they understood, oh God, this is too dangerous. He's setting a model. That is when they attacked the very core. Otherwise, there is no need for them to spend sending at least some 100 of them into the organization and penetrating and getting the local guys enrolled. The number of spies and conspirator gang infiltrated into my Sangha, my organization. Now we are seeing very clearly when they are dropping out. When they are dropping out and going out and abusing, then we are very clearly able to see that whole gang, how they penetrated and spent years. And we Hindus are very hospitable and very innocent. Exploiting our innocence and hospitality, penetrating into organization and spending years. And even these Hindus getting the opinions of the druggies about me to do their independent investigation. Going to druggies and asking about me. Going to rapists, child rapists and asking about me. Going to devil worshippers, Satan cult, devil worshippers and asking about me and Hinduism. To do the independent investigation. Funny. Not really funny. And I am telling you, the appetite for being genius and the Hindu education system, Hindu knowledge transmission system. Actually, we should call it as a Hindu knowledge transmission system. It's not just education system. Education word is too poor. We don't educate, we just do knowledge transfer, I tell you. All the arts Vishwakarma father mastered in jewelry making, he will transmit the whole thing by the age of 7 to the child, and after that everything the child learns will be the father plus. It will be specialization of what he got from father. That is why I call it Hindu methodology of the knowledge transmission is not ordinary education. Just through the body language, the way, in their very vibration, from the very muscle memory and biomemory and the DNA, the child grasps the whole thing from the father by 7. And from 7 to 14, he refines himself. He excels. Then from 14, it's all about becoming genius. Insatiable, extreme appetite for being genius, seeking the truth, is the fundamental attitude of Hindus in life. The fundamental attitude of appetite for genius is taken away by the modern education, making Hindus mediocre,
making them believe this one house, two kids theory, one house, two cars theory. One house, two cars is replaced. Listen, the appetite for being genius is replaced by one house, two car lifestyle or one house, two car goal. One house, two car, one wife, two kids. This goal has been pushed, and that appetite for being genius has been destroyed in the very root. So the modern day Hindus, neither they spend their time nor intelligence or money or their treasure, talent, time, anything. They don't spend any of it in becoming genius, seeking the truth, being a personality with a depth. I tell you, allowing the kids to date and break their celibacy before 21 destroys their depth. Till 21, absolute celibacy makes the depth in personality. Understand? Actually, it takes 21 for your brain to get mature to handle the emotional ups and downs of relationships. If you started dating or all this boy-girl thingy before 21, don't feel proud about it. Don't feel cute about it. I think I am in too much samadhi, and naturally I'll be too raw, straight, ferocious. Better let me stop talking for now. When I am in my pure space, better not to talk to me and me not talk to you guys. Because people are not that matured to listen to the truth as it is. Better you receive the initiation. Let me give you all blessings, support, methodology. Okay, let me give you solution instead of digging the problem deeper. But unless the problem is explained, you won't even learn the depth of the problem. That is the biggest problem. And nobody is interested in analyzing the problem. Nobody is interested in hurting you. And I am also scared of hurting you guys. Because you guys are not realizing the problem. You guys start developing anger towards me for showing the problem. Hey, listen. Out of my extreme compassion, I am talking. Listen. You NRIs are great, wealthy, highly tax paying. There are so many good things you guys have. I'm not saying no. But the highest heart problem and top. But by 50, that ratio is also high. Before 50, packing off, this Monday morning blow ups, heart attacks. That ratio is also too high among the NRIs. You go and study, see the statistics. I'm talking from the number. It's all public information. The reason is not following the lifestyle of Hinduism. Rituals mold day-to-day life. Person who has the habit of Nitya Puja, even if it is 10 minutes, I guarantee you will be 3 times more productive in your life, because this Nitya Puja habit will not let you just rot in your bed without getting up. See, your concept of vacation is just rolling on the bed without getting up. Arey, fool! The whole concept of vacation is wrong. Becoming couch potatoes is not life. There are tons of things. When people get time for themselves, all they do is just I don't get up from the bed. I just roll till evening. Is it a pride? Cute? Inactive lifestyle. Whether you feel depressed or you feel you have freedom to do what you want, or that is not lifestyle. A ritual retrieves more than 30% of your life from your tamas, laziness demon. Start practicing 10 minutes a day Nitya Puja. You will see your waking hours, active hours, living hours, not just working, alive, living hours will increase 30% minimum. For a modern day human beings, I think even 80% will increase. The ritual centric lifestyle. A vegetarian lifestyle will improve the activism in your life 80%. 80% of the time you are awake, you will be very bright. Your brain will be functioning very bright without coffee. Without coffee, you will be organized if you live a vegetarian lifestyle. Vegetarian lifestyle keeps your brain organized without coffee, without caffeine. Understand? I'm telling you, the day I started applying this Karisalangani powder for my upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha, I am living without any need for solid food or coffee, tea. Now the solid cooked food has become like a Maheshwara Puja diet for me. Other times just little few seeds or fruits or juice. See, if you start seeking the truth, if you start having appetite for being genius, appetite for being genius only can make you decide about this vegetarian lifestyle, ritual centric lifestyle. Appetite for the truth, conscious sovereignty, appetite for the highest reality is the fundamental ecosystem lifestyle, nature, existential reality for Hindus. Oh, Hindus, reclaim that first. Don't allow this one house, two car lifestyle to steal the appetite for the truth, appetite for the reality from you. the brain evolves subtle capacity to grasp the cosmic truths if the appetite for the truth is encouraged in you. Seeking conscious sovereignty is awakened in you. Looking for the truth and reality, when it is kindled in you or rekindled in you, only then your brain starts developing those subtle grooves to grasp life. I really sincerely bless you all to awaken conscious sovereignty and seeking for the conscious sovereignty. Seeking the truth. Being ferocious to reach the truth.
அஞ்சலென்றடைய அபயம் தரும் லிங்கம் ஆனந்த நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணி நீக்கும் உயிர் காக்கும் ஞான ஒளியாக பூத்த நித்யானந்தன் தந்த உயர்லிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அருணயம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கவலைகள் விடி உறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிப்படவே கருணையின் அருளழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கவலைகள் விடி உறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிப்படவே கருணையின் அருளழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயத்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயத்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் தவநிலை குயர்த்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணிகளை போக்கிவிடும் பிறவியும் போக்கிவிடும் உயர்நிலை வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பிணிகளை போக்கிவிடும் பிறவியும் போக்கிவிடும் உயர்நிலை வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மனிதருக்கரியதொரு அரூபரூபமெனும் அஜோமுகத்தை காட்டும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மனிதருக்கரியதொரு அரூபரூபமெனும் அஜோமுகத்தை காட்டும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அமரர்கள் உலகமெல்லாம் அருள் பெற விரதம் கொண்ட 1008 நித்திய ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அமரர்கள் உலகமெல்லாம் அருள் பெற விரதம் கொண்ட 1008 நித்திய ஆனந்தலிங்கம். குணக்கடல் குவலயத்தை குறைவின்றி காக்க எங்கள் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். குணக்கடல் குவலயத்தை குறைவின்றி காக்க எங்கள் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அயனறி கருளிடவே அக்னி வடிவினிலே அருணையில் உதித்த நித்ய ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அயனறி கருளிடவே அக்னி வடிவினிலே அருணையில் உதித்த நித்ய ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அன்பருக்காதரவாய் ஆலமிடற்றினிலே கட்டிய நாதன் நித்ய ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அன்பருக்காதரவாய் ஆலமிடற்றினிலே கட்டிய நாதன் நித்ய ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லா ஜோதியின் ரூபமென சூட்சமாத்மமான ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லா ஜோதியின் ரூபமென சூட்சமாத்மமான ஆனந்தலிங்கம். முக்தர்கள் பக்தரெல்லாம் முக்தியடைந்து விட மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். முக்தர்கள் பக்தரெல்லாம் முக்தியடைந்து விட மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த 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 ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஊழ்வினை மாய்த்து விடும் ஆன்மீக வேட்கைதனை தீயன மூட்டும் நித்ய ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஊழ்வினை மாய்த்து விடும் ஆன்மீக வேட்கைதனை தீயன மூட்டும் நித்ய ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வாழ்மனம் கொள்ளும் பெரும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவையுமே பாங்குடன் நீக்கிவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பாழ்மனம் கொள்ளும் பெரும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவையுமே பாங்குடன் நீக்கிவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். தாழ்வுகள் போக்கிவிடும் தீமைகள் நீக்கி நம்மை தூயவனாக்க நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். தாழ்வுகள் போக்கிவிடும் தீமைகள் நீக்கி நம்மை தூயவனாக்கும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். வேள்விகள் செய்து வரும் பேருயர் வாழ்வினையே வேண்டிட தந்துவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேள்விகள் செய்து வரும் பேருயர் வாழ்வினையே வேண்டிட தந்துவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேண்டிட தந்துவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். புண்ணியம் செய்த பெரும் பக்குவர் உள்மனதில் தெள்ளமுதாய் நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். புண்ணியம் செய்த பெரும் பக்குவர் உள்மனதில் தெள்ளமுதாய் நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பண்ணொடு பரதமெனும் 64 கலை உள்ளிருந்தாட்சி செய்யும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பண்ணொடு பரதமெனும் 64 கலை உள்ளிருந்தாட்சி செய்யும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பெண் அவள் செய்த தவம் பாதியை தந்த பெரும் பேரருள் செய்த நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். பெண் அவள் செய்த தவம் பாதியை தந்த பெரும் பேரருள் செய்த நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். விண்ணவர் மன்னவரும் வேண்டிடும் வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். விண்ணவர் மன்னவரும் வேண்டிடும் வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூவினை தீர்த்துவிடும் மூல மறுத்துவிடும் சாவினை வீழ்த்திவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூவினை தீர்த்துவிடும் மூல மறுத்துவிடும் சாவினை வீழ்த்திவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். காமம் அழித்துவிடும் காதல் உரைத்துவிடும் சோமனணிந்த நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். காமம் அழித்துவிடும் காதல் உரைத்துவிடும் சோமனணிந்த நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். ஆவியை ஏத்துவிடும் ஆறுயிராக்கிவிடும் நாவுய நால்வர் தொழும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆவியை ஏத்துவிடும் ஆறுயிராக்கிவிடும் நாவுய நால்வர் தொழும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பேதையும் வாழ்வினுக்கே பேரருளான அந்த பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பேதையும் வாழ்வினுக்கே பேரருளான அந்த பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த 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 ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை ஆதிதேவ நித்யானந்த பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை சோதி தெய்வம் நித்தியன் வரும் சேதி தன்னை கூறவே சோர்ந்திடாது பிறவி தாங்கும் சீர்மிகுந்த பாதுகை சோதி தெய்வம் நித்தியம் வரும் சேதி தன்னை கூறவே சோர்ந்திடாது பிறவி தாங்கும் சீர்மிகுந்த பாதுகை ஆதி தேவ நித்யானந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை ஆதி தேவ நித்யானந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை கூடி வரும் கோடி பக்தர் ஆண்டவனை காணும் பார்த்து ஏங்கும் பெருமை கொண்ட பரமன் நித்தியன் பாதுகை கூடி வரும் கோடி பக்தர் ஆண்டவனை காணும் பார்த்து ஏங்கும் பெருமை கொண்ட பரமன் நித்தியன் பாதுகை லோகத்தையே காக்கும் நித்தியன் பாதமலர் காத்திடும் யோகம் தன்னை தாங்குகின்ற நித்யானந்தன் பாதுகை வேதியனாம் நித்யானந்தன் ராஜ நடை இடுகையில் வேதநாதமாய் விளங்கும் விந்தையான பாதுகை வேதியனாம் நித்யானந்தன் ராஜ நடை இடுகையில் வேதநாதமாய் விளங்கும் விந்தையான பாதுகை பாதுகை நித்ய பாதுகை பாதுகை நித்ய பாதுகை பாதுகை நித்ய பாதுகை பாதுகை நித்ய பாதுகை தேடி தேடி கண்டிடாது மாலை சோர்வில் ஆழ்ந்திட நித்தியம் நித்தியன் பாதம் பற்றும் பாக்கியம் கொண்ட பாது
Bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्य
Manual under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadasham Tattvamasya Laksham. Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhava. Security measures: no photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions:
when they happen in you due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is becoming a kalpatru, everything listening to as you want, everything deciding as per you want. And that is a science for each one of us to experience the superconscious breakthrough. And each of these power manifestation gives us that breakthrough. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The pramanas give us the shift and make us experience the powerful space. For the power of third eye, the pramanas, the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. They are the authority of Hinduism. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of our manifestation. Bhagwan plays the Leela to showcase how he manifests all these greater signs as reality and makes us understand that cognitive shift can make us understand Paramashiva is real, conscious sovereignty as real, becoming the genius as our reality. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagwan into the science of our manifestation. Bhagwan says he himself resides in the Kailash courtyard, making us manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Avatar Shastra clearly documents all this greater science, again and again telling us that even science has attested all these greater powers in each one of us that we can manifest as our reality. It is just the process. We learn the process, we can understand the higher reality. Now let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness. Bhairava, one who experienced the consciousness.
Tantra is the method. How you have methods. Here he gives the method for us to understand the greater science. For the power of third eye, Vijnana, the Shastra Pramana is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Bhagwan says how third eye can be initiated and how Bhagwan initiates the third eye, and it is necessary and everybody can. Pramana.
The Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye awakening is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapala antarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dardhyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. Kapala antarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha क्रमेण मनसो दाढ्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without the movement of the eyes, closed in succession, by stability of the mind and the inner space, one directly sees the Lakshyam, the ultimate goal. By having the vision beyond the sight, reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Once we experience beyond the mind what exists is Paramashiva. Paramashiva beautifully says how we can experience the genius life when we align to the higher consciousness. And millions have experienced that, and they have lived as a grahastha, a regular life, or an emperor who had everything like Janaka, Pandya, Chola, and millions of them who have lived the greater science as their reality, traveling to different lokas, building the huge monuments, the temples itself, the ultimate gift to the planet Earth, where they have clearly documented everything in the stone itself. How was these possible when we are not able to do even the small mediocre jobs? Because we have lost the science. Here Bhagavan clearly says, by fixing the mind on the inner space, when the mind understands, the powerful cognition shifts you to make you understand that Paramashiva is real. He is manifesting everything. As long as I carry the identities and I am the doer, I am the doing, I did this, I did that, the I, which we go on celebrating, that is the screen which needs to be removed and surrendered at Bhagwan's lotus feet. When the thoughts are surrendered, the mind simply settles in the restful awareness. That is what here it says, the stability of the inner space. Without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, stability of the mind and the inner space, one directly sees the Lakshyam. When the mind and heart become coherence, when the prefrontal cortex becomes so alive, when you become authentic to who you are, simply you manifest the higher dimension. Bhagavan beautifully says how the boiling water, when it becomes only 100, it becomes the steam. Before that, it is still a boiling, just a water. And only at that very moment, it just starts sprouting. A seed, same way. The banyan tree asks the seed, how, when are you going to open up? And the seed says, show me that I am the banyan tree, then I'll open up. But only if we open up to the next dimension, we will understand the grandeur of who we are, how we can experience the greater reality. And surrendering that identities at Bhagwan's lotus feet, we can simply experience the higher science. Nothing from outer world, only where in every thought, in every action, everything we do, understanding that Paramashiva who is manifesting in everything, in every possible way, we will understand that simply he resides in us and manifests in us as different possibilities. different layers of the what we perceive as reality simply will start merging into the oneness space. The body, the mind, the prana, and the thoughts, the emotion, the pain body, everything will slowly starts merging into the inner space that Paramashiva is real. More and more we start aligning to that. Life becomes auspiciousness and abundance. And all that Bhagavan gives us is simple, very simple technique for us to manifest this greater science. Just today, we are going to experience the power of third eye, threading a needle blindfolded. Here, the Apta Pramana, Srimad Bhagavatam clearly says Lord Vishnu was so powerful that by the power of third eye, he can thread an elephant through the eye of the needle, just like he can put the huge banyan tree into the seed, into the little seed. All this was possible because they all lived in such a oneness space where they can create any reality. Bhagavan beautifully speaks on authenticity for manifesting the powers of Paramashiva.
Rama himself, to whom he served his whole life. His whole life is dedicated to Rama. He is a Ramadasa. But just by the devotion, he has grasped to whom he was devoted. Epitome of devotion and surrender. Today, the subject for the Nitya Satsang is perception and ability to go into the complete perception, higher perception, and non-tolerance towards incomplete perceptions. Listen. After the egg happens, if still the life continues to happen inside the egg, only then it becomes chicken. Same way, after your body happens, still if your life continues to happen in your body, only then your perception expands. The moment your perception stops expanding, life stops happening in you. That is why I tell you, every day contemplating authenticity, living authenticity is much more than vitamin supply for your body and mind. Please listen. The vitamin supply to your body, how much it is important. Vitamin supply, protein supply, glucose supply and energy supply. How much it is important to your body. Supply of authenticity is much more important to it. How much important you knowing about your bad cholesterol and getting rid of it, that important you knowing your inauthenticities and getting rid of it. Listen. If you are in the ambience where people are not going to let you be in inauthenticity, people are going to force you to become authentic, I tell you, you are in heaven. You are in heaven. Always go to a place, be in a place where your inauthenticity will be exposed to you and you will be pushed to live in authenticity. It is unfortunate people choose the other way. You choose friends who will never expose your inauthenticity to you, who will never question you, who will not constantly supply you with a vitamin A, authenticity. The vital vitamin for vitality is vitamin A, authenticity. Adding authenticity to your thinking. Adding authenticity to your thinking in every step, every step, every step. Adding authenticity to your thinking in every step. constantly expand, expand, expand. Go on expanding. Do not settle down with a lower perception. What you know about human beings, what you know about world, what you know about you, everything is imperfect perception. When you settle down with imperfect perception, I tell you, that's a horrible mistake of life. Horrible missing of life. How to become perfect perceiver is the next step. How to achieve that state of perfect perception is the next step. But please understand, the first decision, major decision you need to make is, I will not settle down with imperfect perception. Any conflict you have, powerlessness you have in your life, it is imperfect perception. Don't settle down with that. Allow life to happen in you. Please listen. Inside the egg, if the life is not happening, chicken won't come out. Inside your body, if authenticity is not happening, the completion, fulfillment, enlightenment won't come out. Inside the seed, if life is not happening, tree won't come out. Inside the seed, life has to happen, tree has to come out. Inside your body, authenticity has to happen, tree has to come out. Adding authenticity to your thinking in your every step. When you feel certain idea about somebody, don't sleep with it. Don't decide. That is ultimate. Next day, decide, I'll be authentic. Try to understand more. Because yesterday you fought with your daughter-in-law, mother-in-law. 1 year before you fought with your husband. Do not expect that is going to be the same tomorrow also. Decide, tomorrow I'll expand my responsibility and possibility and bring new energy into life. Courage is the smell of authenticity. Cowardness is the smell of inauthenticity. Wherever you are in conflict, be very clear. You are in conflict. Even though you point others are inauthentic. When you are in conflict, suffering is going to be for you. It is so unfortunate. People constantly tell, no, I am in conflict, I am in suffering because of his inauthenticity, her inauthenticity, their inauthenticity. If the life is not happening, continue to happen in the seed, it is not seed, it is dead. If authenticity is not continuously happening in you, you are not possibility, you are dead. Constantly making authenticity happen in you, in your work, in your thinking, in your health, आपके जीवन में कोई भी संघर्ष तभी उत्पन्न होती है जब आप जीवन के उस पहलू में एक अधूरे अनुभूति के साथ रहते हैं। इसीलिए आपके हर अनुभूति के साथ श्रद्धा की स्थिति को लाइए। साहस श्रद्धा का प्रतीक है, कार्यार्था कायर्था अश्रद्धा का प्रतीक है। जब आप अश्रद्धा में रहते हैं तब आप ही को पीड़ा उठानी पड़ेगी। जब भी आपकी अनुभूति का विकास बंद होता है, आप में जीवन ही बंद हो जाता है। प्रतिदिन श्रद्धा पर मनन करना, श्रद्धा के साथ जीना, ये आपके शरीर और मन के लिए विटामिन से बे अधिक पौष्टिक है। Constantly expanding your thinking, constantly expanding your perception. Neither Dvaita nor Visishtadvaita or Advaita is wrong. All three are right at different levels. It is nothing but ripening of authenticity. Different levels of authenticity. If your authenticity has not evolved, even if you believe in Advaita, it is inauthentic. Everything has to be based on your authenticity. Experience of life. I have seen some people constantly experience conflict. Find some reason to be in conflict, and they will try to correct that situation. I also see sometimes people coming, they try to come and advise me or advise the Sangha how it should run, advise me how I should behave, how I am inauthentic or how I am supposed to become authentic. I could neither laugh nor answer to them. I just leave it. All right, I take the responsibility and wait for you to evolve to the authenticity. They have their own expectation, imagination, push that on me. And these fellows, wherever they go, they will be creating conflicts in their work, in their family, in their marriage, in their relationships, in their team, everywhere. Because lower level perception goes on making you believe others are responsible, they have to change. I tell you, decide, you will become authentic. You will have so much of inner space. You can put everyone in that and process them and make as you want. Your inner space is a huge processing unit. If you don't take responsibility, you will have only a small processing unit. Even you can't process you and transform. If you take responsibility, it will become a huge processing unit. Everyone can be put in that and processed and can come out as a transformed beings. If you take the responsibility and people are put in your processing unit and transformed and comes out, they will all be embodiment of you, extensions of you. That is what a mystery school is all about. Mystery school is nothing but the master's inner space with his vast responsibility.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained how authenticity creates a space inside us, raising us to the most beautiful space of creating such a vast space inside us to accommodate everybody and make us more and more beautiful space. The more we are empty, we can accommodate. Like beautifully, a Zen master tells the disciple to pour more coffee, and he is pouring and pouring and pouring, and it keeps overflowing. Then he said, "Can I stop? It's overflowing everywhere." And then the master looks at him and says, "That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Can you stop holding in so many thoughts inside you so that I can put my initiation inside you? All the masters come back and tell us to empty ourselves. Only when we are empty, completely in the oneness, then we can fill in with Paramashiva as reality. If the house is already accommodated by somebody else, you can't go in and stay there. Same way, all you need is an empty space for Paramashiva to reside and manifest all your auspiciousness, abundance, and bliss. The more you understand, even now, Paramashiva is who is responding and who is manifesting through you in all dimensions. When we become authentic to that, who we are is Paramashiva. Simply we understand the greater science that we are Paramashiva, which is reflected in me as consciousness. Why I function the way I function, why I think the way I think. When I'm dropping all the identity and surrendering to Bhagwan's lotus feet, I can experience that as my reality. Now you can see the small child who is beautifully demonstrating the power of third eye, threading the needle blindfolded. He's completely using the professional blindfold and he's taking the thread, picking up the needle, and he's going to thread the thread into the needle. So beautiful. Thank you. All this science is backed by all the scientific details that Bhagwan has beautifully gone through when he was in Oklahoma. The doctors clearly explain how he has manifested that he can just walk into the third eye space whenever he wants.
And the state of his enlightenment.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right there, right in the middle, probably an inch and a half, 2 inches deeper.
From time immemorial, it is believed that great masters are always in the state of bliss or causeless happiness. They are unconditionally happy. With modern sophisticated equipments, we are able to detect this truth that dopamine secretion is always abundant in the case of Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The D really stands for divine spark. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spark. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of the state. So we asked Swamiji when he came from the scanning room, when we saw this one, we asked Swamiji, what were you exactly doing when so and so thing happened? He didn't know what was there. He did not see the pictures yet. He said, really interestingly, there were 3 people there. He said, I opened my third eye. And that's stunning because I learned about third eye as a child, but didn't read about it for a long time, what it is. But what he said was, I asked him to describe more in detail what does he mean by third eye. And he said, it's a deep meditative state. It's probably a very, very deep state. But he said, it looks like a small petal on one side going and joining, another side, another petal comes and joins, and you join together, and then it becomes the third eye. Like a blissful state that you experience and move in third eye. So that's really a very, very interesting and fascinating finding, and we're going to talk about it for a long time.
It's such a beautiful awakening for all of us, how Bhagwan walks into his third eye, the prefrontal cortex, and it's so much glowing that he says the screen was hard to even see. It was so bright. Now, if you have the Jnananjan in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temple. If you have the eye band, which is meant for the third eye reading, you can wear that. And if you have a thread and needle, that's wonderful. If you don't have thread and needle, you can take a book and read the book and note down all the words that you are seeing. All that again and again, Bhagavan is giving a small exercise for us to understand that Paramashiva is real, consciousness is real. Again and again, by manifesting these powers, how the prefrontal cortex, the deep meditation, collective integrity, collective consciousness, all of us meditating, raises our frequency and heal us and also brings us so much of auspiciousness, abundance, and bliss. Here, today we are going to wear the eye band in such a way it becomes completely dark. So this third eye becomes very clear. How you go into a movie theater and you see that it has to be completely dark. If it is bright, then we can't see the screen properly. So make sure it's completely dark so that this place becomes more vivid and clear. And in that place, when you make a triangle and look at this place, you will simply see the third eye opening and showing you all that you wanted to see. In Balasans in Gurukul watches the movie of Ramayana or Mahabharata with their eyes closed only and they watch through their third eye. It is a routine that how they enjoy the movie using their third eye. That's how they become very prominent in watching and doing things with their third eye. Now you don't have to do anything. For a few minutes, tie your eyes and you can thread the needle. So beautiful. If you can do it, take a picture of that and you can post it at the end. All these greater signs again and again given to us to make us understand Paramashiva is real. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line and bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Bhagavan's initiation, powerful cognition, how we can be genius and how we can manifest beyond the mediocre life, bringing all this greater science to reality. Unclutch from everything that you know as you, how you enter the deep sleep. Same way, enter into the same space, only with deep awareness, the mind merges into the heart center and simply you experience the highest reality. And when you are in the restful awareness in your heart center, simply the mind will settle down. Whatever instruction it gives, you will be able to manifest as your reality. So let's entangle with Bhagavan. And how do we become authentic without doing anything? Is Mahavakya. Mahavakya has the power more than our integrity and authenticity. Even if we have a screen, it will burn the screen and make us manifest powers. It's so powerful. So just manifesting the space of oneness, sitting as Paramashiva with 25 heads. I would say today 25 eyes, the third eyes, all the other eyes are tied with 50 hands, beautifully sitting with such awareness and entangling with Bhagavan in the oneness capsule and chanting the Mahavakya with a deep earning. Paramashiva is real with a deep listening. The listening is the key for manifesting the powers which makes you completely empty and fills you with Paramashiva as reality. So with a deep listening, chant few minutes of Mahavakya and manifest the power of third eye.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham.
Let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third activity. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Whatever you have seen through the third eye, or you are able to thread a needle, beautiful, take a picture. And if you have few more needles, you can keep it. We'll have one more cycle. And if you've just done third eye reading, that's also wonderful. If you've seen colors, pictures, any numbers, whatever you have written down, authentically verify. Open your eye bands and verify, and we'll have one more cycle. You can tie your eye bands after that. Completely surrender all that you have in a space, and completely surrender and become the oneness with Paramashiva. Again and again, Paramashiva is giving us the greatest space for us to manifest the higher reality, who we are. In the deep sleep, we go into that sleep unconsciously. The mind is not aware of it. When we raise ourselves to Paramashiva is real again and again, we start experiencing the oneness beyond the dream that we are experiencing. All that we are perceiving, the perception is only the delusion. Again and again pulls us by the fear and greed. But when we are ready to drop that and become authentic to who we are, we raise to Paramashiva is real. And again, Paramashiva becomes our reality, so strong that he manifests in every dimension, every form, in every way as your own reality. You will start understanding that everything that exists is Paramashiva, manifesting himself to celebrate himself. All that you came down to experience that greater oneness as Paramashiva. Now we'll have one more cycle. Please put away your gadgets. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye and unclutch completely from the outer world. Bringing that oneness, that Paramashiva is real, and holding that in your inner space, in your heart center, simply will open up the Sahasrara in gratitude and make you manifest all these greater signs. So for the power of third eye, Let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Please open your eye bands and whatever you have seen, experience, please share in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Under Bhagwan's picture, you can clearly see the link which is given, and all this enriching and sharing again and again really regenerates so many of millions who are visiting all these Facebooks and really understand that Paramashiva is real. Enriching is pulling yourself out of the Maya matrix. Again and again, when you enrich, you are listening to yourself fully. When you listen to others, you are in selective listening. But when you manifest and when you share, you are in the full listening and such a beautiful space. Share and thank Bhagwan for all this greater science. Let's thank Bhagwan in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagwan for all the powerful cognition and power manifestation, and thanking all of you in all the social media holding this collective integrity, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. With a deep gratitude and oneness, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you at 6 p.m. in the Zoom session for the new Power Manifestation session. You can join in through Kailasa. Thank you, Nithyananda.